of the Eastern Oregon University Board of Trustees is called to order. I can't believe this is our 8th annual retreat. But I can certainly see a difference between the first one and this one. So we'll proceed with the roll call. Chris, please call out and everybody respond when he calls your name.
Danny Bailey.
Present.
Anna Cavanato.
Present.
Richard Shavs.
Here.
Christine Cronin.
Present.
Tom Insko.
Here.
Bill Johnson.
Present.
Tamara Mabbitt.
Present.
Cheryl Martin.
Here.
George Mendoza. Here. Cedric Reel.
Present.
Brad Stevens. Maurizio Valerio.
Present.
Chris Warner.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
All right, and I know Brad's here, so he'll probably be stepping in a minute. First, I'd like to welcome our invited guests, which include business and education leaders from this region. But the first item on our agenda today is some housekeeping announcements from the board secretary. Chris, please proceed.
Thank you. We ask everyone to please put your cell phones on Do Not Disturb. If you're joining us, well, no one's joining us by phone today, so that's it. Members of the media, if you haven't already done so, please be sure to sign the sign-in sheet, which Pepper has. She's got her hand up. To provide access to the likewise, anyone present in person who wishes to give public comment, please sign that sign-in sheet, which Pepper also has. To provide access to the public have been invited to attend in person, and this meeting is being live streamed over the internet. For the meeting to be effective, speakers need to use the tabletop microphones. So when they're red, they're on. And you may need them relatively near your face. We ask you to turn your mic off when you're not using it, because only a few of them can be on at a time and still work. Our tabletop microphones are the only microphones that should be used. Those attending in person, if you brought a laptop or device, please make sure the speakers and microphone are turned off. Refreshments are provided outside the conference room, and the restrooms are located right by the entrance of the Sage Center to the right along the wall. In front of you, you'll find the meeting agenda and materials, a meeting calendar for this year and next year, and travel reimbursement forms. Please sign the travel form and return to Pepper at the end of tomorrow's meeting. Also in your materials is an EOU All Sports Pass for 2022-23. Students and employees of the university are able to enter EOU sporting events free of charge. For those trustees who are not students or employees, the Sports Pass will give you similar treatment. The pass allows you general admission to all EOU home sporting events. The board received 7 written public comments for this meeting. The comments were distributed to the board on Friday. We did not receive requests to give oral public comment by remote means. That concludes my housekeeping announcements.
Okay, thank you, Chris. As you all know, for a myriad of reasons, these are important times for Eastern Oregon University, for higher education in general in Oregon and across the nation. I think I referenced earlier, this retreat's a lot different than our first one. I think in a lot of ways the board has kind of grown up and seasoned itself, and now's the time for us to learn what we've use what we've learned and stand strong together, and also be willing to take on some challenges that we're going to face in the months ahead. As I always like to start our board meetings, I would ask each of you to listen respectfully with an open mind, and on all topics, consider thoughtfully all sides, and then speak kindly when responding and presenting. I want to welcome members of the president's governance leaders that are joining us today. And in particular, where is she? I wanted to introduce the 2022 Student ASEOU President, Caitlin Savalos. Caitlin, you want to stand up? Welcome. So the board looks forward to your reports and also hearing from you at our board meetings this academic year. One final note, tomorrow, agenda item 8 will be handled by Vice Chair Cheryl Martin. Okay, so as Chris announced earlier, we didn't receive any requests for public input to give oral comment by remote means. Did anyone sign up today?
No one has signed up to give oral comment here in person.
Okay. As we have no public commenters, we'll move on to the first agenda item. So we talked this morning in the board orientation session about Eastern Oregon University's designation as Oregon's rural university. That is in part thanks to Representative Smith carrying that effort forward in the legislature. And our mission, paraphrasing, is to provide high-quality educational programs that lead to responsive and reflective action in a diverse and interconnected world. To me, it's the same as a simpler mission of take care of our students in the best way we can so that they can be successful after they graduate and have a happy life. That's what we're about. And a key part of the mission is to connect the rural regions of Oregon to a wider world. An objective in our strategic plan is to be recognized as a leader in promoting rural community prosperity and resilience. So along those lines, Northeast Oregon's Columbia River area is experiencing economic expansion, as we just heard at Lamb Weston, largely centered around the Port of Morrow. The number and types of employers in the region are increasing, as is the technical sophistication of the jobs being created. This is a region that has a high degree of ethnic diversity, but also a high degree of economic disparity. Also, it's interesting that Morrow County has the lowest percentage of persons who have a higher education degree, 20.3% of any county in the state. So part of the reason we wanted to come here this year is to learn more about what's changing here. What are the educational needs of the region today, and what do they think they're going to be tomorrow? I think the Lamb Weston tour was really interesting and really pointed at the need here for, they're looking for people. So I'm really grateful for our next group of panelists who have agreed to give us an overview of the changes happening to this region, and they include Greg Smith, Business Development Consultant, Gregory Smith and Company, and also, isn't it correct, Greg, you're the longest standing representative in the House?
Tim and I have been around a long time.
Debbie Rady, Vice President of Operations, Boardman Foods. Denise Boltz, HR Manager, Umatilla Electric Cooperative. And Heidi Sipe, Superintendent, Umatilla School District. I'm going to ask each of you to take a turn and offer your perspective on the economic, demographic, employment, and educational trends here in the region. And then after the first round, we'll have some follow-up comments and we'll open it up to the trustees for questions and discussion. So who would like to go first? Greg, thank you.
First of all, welcome to District 57.
So you'll need to turn the red light on, sorry.
There we go. Welcome to District 57. Welcome to Morrow County. Welcome to Boardman, and welcome to the Port of Morrow. It's fabulous to see EOU recognizing that it is Oregon's rural university, and to recognize that they're trying to make sure they reach out to all of rural Oregon. Just as brief background, I've been doing economic development for, almost 30 years now. Started at the Port of Morrow, then got recruited for the legislature, resigned from the port, and took economic development private, which is a very unique model, but there's no reason the private sector can't do economic development. From there, we've created 13 offices throughout the state of Oregon. They're all physical offices, and they're all have a physical employee working in them every day. So what I'd share with you is I'm going to focus my comments just here in the Columbia Basin area. If anyone at some point wants to jump out to other areas, let me know. The first thing I'd share with you is District 57, and I'm going to go private sector here in a moment, but District 57 is known in Salem as the District of Food and Power. Food and power. And you see those power lines out there as you drive by, and you see that food. Well, when the rest of the state's economy was struggling, this district wasn't. It wasn't. And why is that? People have to eat, and they need power. And so it was very different than the rest of the state of Oregon, especially, say, if you were on the coast and you were relying on tourism and the folks weren't able to come or weren't showing up. Now, what I'd share with you is a few thoughts that I have. First of all, the world has changed. In the last 2 years, it has changed. My daughter's getting ready to head down to the University of Arizona. She's taking 5 classes. 4 of them are online. 4 are online. And, you know, she point blank asked me, she said, "Dad, can't I just stay home? I'll just stay home and take the classes." I said, "No, you're heading down because I want you to have that experience." And so one of the things I would ask you folks to think about as board members is how do we create that experience for our students so they want to be on campus? Online learning is fabulous, but at the end of the day, in my view, for an 18-year-old student, I think, at least for my children, I want them to have that college experience. The other thing is Zoom, Google, et cetera, has really changed the way education is delivered. Now let's talk about economic issues that I see. The first one is that public sector investments lead to private sector investments. You folks had a chance to go take a tour of one of our food processors. Well, in order to accommodate them, roads and water and sewer and industrial land had to be developed. And the Oregon legislature over the last 22 years has put in millions of dollars into the Port of Morrow to make that occur. And so, you know, at the time, Gary Neal and Lisa Middlesdorf, the Port Commission, and myself had a vision that if we could get that public sector investment placed in, we'd make it attractive for industry to follow. And I think you can see that model has worked. The one thing I'd say about public investment leads to private sector investment is it takes time. It takes time. The Port of Morrow 30 years ago was a small little entity, and investment after investment after investment, and then it started to grow. And right now over in Mount Here County, they're struggling with that. They're really struggling because they're ready for industrial development now. It doesn't work that way. And no matter how much you wish it would, it doesn't work that way. It takes time. So that's the first thing I'd share. The other is housing and food security is a key issue for economic development. And folks are like, well, what do you mean? You know, what does food security have to do with it? Well, if mom and dad don't have a good place for their children, if mom and dad don't have a good place for themselves, it's awfully hard for them to get up and get to work the next morning. Child care security is another major issue for economic development, especially in this region, because those plants don't just run 8 to 5. They're running 24/7, and if mom's working the overnight shift, who's taking care of those children? So one of the things that the Port of Morrow and the legislature focused on was how do we provide that child care? And in collaboration with industry, who really stepped up, some of those issues, while I'll not say have been resolved, they've been focused on. So keep that in mind. It's pretty hard for folks to get to work, pretty hard for them to get to school if they're not sure who's taking care of the kids, how they're going to keep themselves warm, and how they're going to keep themselves fed. Behavioral health is a major issue in economic development. And again, I know this sounds crazy because, we wanted to talk about jobs and all that, but the state of Oregon and District 57 and this part of the state here in Morrow County are dealing with behavioral health. And, right now we've got 4.6 to 5.0, somewhere in there, unemployment. Well, I would guarantee you most of those folks in that range have one or two issues that are keeping them from getting to work. And so if we want to build the labor force, we need to focus on those folks who need help so they can help themselves. Last thing I'd share with you is we need to be investing in small business. Small business leads to big business. I'm going to let my friend here to the right talk in a moment, but when the Port of Morrow was starting out in its infancy, so was Boardman Foods. And they went from a small business to a major employer in this region, providing major value in this area. And so we have to learn how to support small business. For EOU, in my view, and Mr. President, I'm purely speaking as Greg here, we need to have curriculum focused for small business. Our students at EOU, they're not heading off to Wall Street. Okay, maybe one or two will, but if they're going to Wall Street from EOU, they're going via Harvard, via William and Mary. They're going somewhere else to get their MBA or their law degree, then heading there. And so, when we're looking at business finance classes or business law classes, when we're looking at those type of agendas, they need to be focused on rural Eastern Oregon. And that's in my view. I could be wrong, but that's my perspective. And again, the last thing I'd share is, I want to talk housing very quick, and I'll make this 90 seconds. In Harney County right now, there's a successful program called Everyone Gives a Little. And what they're doing in that county is it's a collaboration between the county, the city, the co-op, the school district, and actually the Port of Morrow, in that if the city donated a piece of land that it owned, the county and the city in collaboration waived all fees for hookups, permits, everything, waived them all. The Oregon Trail Electric Cooperative and Harney Electric waived their hookup fees. The contractor who was selected agreed to provide the land movement, the dirt movement for free. And the Port of Morrow provided construction financing at 1% interest. Well, because everyone gave a little, we were able to cut the cost of constructing a home by 20%. And so the home is now up for auction. We anticipate that there will be about a 15 to 23% profit on that home. And what we're going to do is roll it into the next home. And we're going to repeat that. And we're going to roll it into the next home. And we're going to repeat that. And my guesstimate is, if you take into account inflation and future value of money, by the sixth home, Harney County will now have its own housing fund to build a home a year. And so I think that's one way we could be solving the housing crisis, by doing it as a community and for ourselves. Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I could talk all day, but there's real experts up here, and I'll turn the mic over to them.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Who would like to go next? Heidi.
Hi, Debbie Rady, Boardman Foods. I was one who Greg talked about in 1992. Two cousins, Tom Flaherty and Brian Mogg, 30 years old. I was 27. We're looking for a place to build a food processing facility specifically for onions. The two cousins grew up over in Eastern Oregon by Vail, so you know that area. Anyway, they were determined to start their own business. As Greg pointed out, the Port of Morrow Gary Neal was hungry for someone to pick Boardman. He was starting to get things going. I said, we need to do something attractive. So they financed the entire operation, getting it all up together so that we could come in, do what we do, onions, peeling onions, and get going. And it was tough. Those first 5-6 years, the onion crop was destroyed one year, and right when we were starting to get some momentum. But we stuck through it. The port stuck through it, and as Greg Smith said, that support from everyone in the community, including the Port of Morrow, to help us, a small business, get going and stay going, paid off. We did another expansion in 2008 of a 40 million pound onion storage on the property. And then in 2017, we invested another 15 million in a state-of-the-art, ready-to-eat food processing facility that people from all over the country come and see and try to duplicate for their own food processing. You're happy to come see that if you'd like to see it, but it's a really nice processing plant. So I'm very proud of Boardman Foods and the success. We're now 30 years and we're getting older, and so we're looking at succession planning, and I'm happy to say that both owners have sons that have decided, they went to school, came back, and decided that they wanted to be part of the operation. So one's following his father's footsteps in sales and one in operations. So we're happy to see that. We have a graduate from Eastern Oregon University, John Barone, who his mother is our director of quality. He went off to school, graduated from Hermiston High, and went off to your school and graduated with a business degree. And we hired him right up as soon as he graduated, and just love him. So did a really good job of educating him and preparing him for the role that he's in purchasing and finance. So what are we looking for now? What is our kind of hot topics? Believe it or not, we're going to the cloud, Office 365. I mean, maybe you've all heard of it, but it's still kind of new to us. We had everything on our drive in our server room, and this is where you got everything, and now we're expanding. So what it tells me is that people are going to have to be really prepared that come to work, and even at a food processing plant, to understand the cloud, understand those concepts, whether it's the PowerPoint, Excel, Word, Teams. We've got a dynamic, so there's a lot of things with that, planning, all those kind of things. We're also engaging in more technology out on the plant floor. So we have tablets in the hands of most of our employees, all the supervisors, maintenance personnel. They're all communicating on tablets, little chat rooms basically. And this has been just revolutionary for our plant. There's no walkie-talkies. We're not trying to get on phones. It's all real time. We can take pictures, we can take videos, and we can communicate what really is happening in one part of the plant to the other. So when the maintenance guy gets there, he's got the right tools and the right equipment. But what that means is we can use people from outside of our company to help. So it doesn't mean that everybody has to live in Boardman, Oregon. We love that, but I think that the opportunity for you, as Greg pointed out, is if people are getting training for things that are actually matter here in Eastern Oregon, whether it's on the farm or it's in the factory, we need support that may or may not be right living here. So keep that in mind. We have now 4 people working outside of this area, in fact, outside of the state. So some of that can be done outside. I wanted to talk about management skills and supervisors, these soft skills. Every workforce meeting I'm at, I'm on the State of Oregon Workforce Development Board, and pretty much when you ask her, the soft skills just keep coming up. And I think a lot of young people are spending more time on, remote devices and really have lost some connection. So having little groups of people that communicate and solve problems within your educational program, help them work with each other. And I've done some of those back in the day, and it's really been helpful to me to see how other leaders lead a team of people. We'll talk about the Internet of Things. If you understand what that is, but it's just connecting the whole plant floor with the internet. And so there's a lot there that we need now and that we're pushing and driving. In the future, I believe, I've seen robotic warehouses where robots put all the pallets away and bring them back down and ship them on the trucks for the people. And so we need to learn about that. We need to have people that know how to maintain them, how to operate them, how to manage the whole system. Also, just robotic arms. We orientate every single onion that comes through our plant. Over 200 million pounds of onions are hand oriented, and I believe robotic arms can do that. And there are people that are working on that. I don't know if that's a part of what your school does, but that can be very good for the produce industry. And then communications. How do we communicate with the plant floor, with each other, with people that work remotely? All that communication piece, everybody coming out of a school should have that and understand how it works. Education, as Greg pointed out, online learning is so important to us. We can go to a classroom once in a while, but we're working really hard, and we need our incumbent workers to get more education. And so we're not going to find just people outside on the street that aren't working. We're not going to find a lot of those. We're really stealing people from each other a lot of times. But we need them to get beefed up on their education, and specifically for some of the things I talked about. Why are we here in the Port of Morrow, and why are we here? As Greg pointed out, transportation is amazing here for trucks, for rail cars, for barges. This is one of the places we really felt was important. The climate for the crops. Of course, we've had last year was kind of a little bit of a disaster for the onions at the 100, but we need people that understand what climate change means and how it relates to our crops. We had one of the most disastrous years last year, and we had to buy onions from Turkey to help our customers get onions. So we did a bunch of things differently this year in how we grow our crops, and we're going to be okay. We've had some hot weather, right? But it was a little bit later. That last year was right in the early stage of that onion. But all that climate change, how water is used, how to make sure that the crop gets what it needs, when it needs it, not enough, not too much, all of that. Wastewater handling. We have to be able to handle the wastewater. Processing for food, everything you eat, everything you go to the grocery store and pick up has had some water. If it didn't have water, it wouldn't be clean. So to consider that we have a need for wastewater to be handled properly and taken care of, we need people that understand that. But it's why we're here. Back in the Willamette Valley, when they have rain all winter long, we weren't able to expand our operation that was over there, and that was why we had to move over here. So wastewater handling is critical. Electric rates, we got to keep our electric rates where they are, but we know that they've gone up a little bit, but it's important to us to be competitive. And then the cogen steam generation, PG, that's an important part of the process is we take the byproduct and use it. So it's part of our sustainability program, but people who understand energy and excess energy and where it could be used and where you might reuse it. So like a lot of the plants have big air compressors, they just are big giant heaters. So how do you take that energy and make it useful? So those would be things. And then lastly, I wanted to talk about employee services. Right now, this is the most critical thing going on for us, that we take care of our employees. Some of them have worked with us for almost 30 years. Some of them are coming in new. So whether it's doctors and physical assistants, we don't have enough of them out here in Eastern Oregon. How do we attract them? How do we make this place a place they want to come? Some employers like ourselves are having doctors come right on site and help meet the needs with wellness and try to help people maintain a healthier lifestyle, so they're not in the doctor all the time, right? Financial training. We're doing financial training online for our employees and helping them with that. Languages, bilingual is critical and important to our operations here. Transportation, I've been on a transportation board for 5-6 years, and we're going to have a bus loop going from Hermiston, Umatilla, Erie, and here. So that can play into what you're doing, whether you're doing something in Hermiston that is off-site or, you know, away from your college, but we'll have bus system for people to get into Hermiston, which is really a big thing, especially with the cost of fuel. I talked about remote working and then flexible scheduling. I just wanted to point out, because a lot of people are going to be able to get more education with the new types of scheduling that we're doing. And with Microsoft Teams, it allows us to collaborate without having to be at that meeting at that particular time. We can do it round the clock. So think about how the education might be for somebody like Roy, who graduated from your university, but he needs to get tuned up on something else that's part of our operation. We're going to give him some new thing to work on. How can he get that education online off a flexible schedule that we can provide for him? So that incumbent worker training really is important to us. Thank you for listening to me.
Sounds like one place or another we could place almost every student there. All right, thanks, Debbie. So Denise or Heidi, who would like to be next?
How I do here.
Denise.
So I'm Denise Bolts from Umatilla Electric. Just started there in November, so I'm still learning the company a little bit, but some of our needs is definitely training, filling critical positions like engineers. I know engineering has been a hard position to fill for many years because a lot of kids just aren't going into that field. A lot of kids aren't going into the crafts like mechanics, welding, electricians. So there is a definite need in those areas. And, you know, part of our recruiting efforts is going out to the high schools and talking to the, you know, the students and try to get them interested in some of these areas. And we're falling short. You know, IT is a big area for students, and there seems to be an abundance in that area, but how do we get the crafts back? How do we get engineering back? And if we can't fill that engineering realm, what can be offered to support that still? So, like project management is one area that I know. I have an associate's degree in that, even though I have a master's in HR. But to me, project management is a very diverse program or background that anybody can take anywhere, no matter what field they're working in or studying in. So I just ask as the college, you know, think outside the box with some of your programs to maybe, you know, maybe we aren't going to get a ton in engineers, but can we interest somebody in another field that can fill that engineering gap? So another area that's hard for us to hire is linemen. You know, again, it's a craft that people just don't have an interest in getting into. That one's going to be a tough one. Another area that we're having to deal with now is there's a huge about the linemen. I just don't think our young people are interested in getting into that field, and I don't know how we can build that up to make it a career for them.
Is it because there's not enough exposure from other people? There's no pathways or
Possibly, or just not the interest, but I
Remember your microphone, George.
I don't really know the answer. I just don't think any of our crafts is an interest that young people want to get into right now. They're more interested in anything to do with IT or, you know, like we hire GIS employees to help with our mapping, and we can find all kinds of applicants for those type of positions, but we can't find anything for the linemen. System operators is another one. We're trying to build that department. They're our dispatch center. We have done recruiting from various areas of the United States, but then when they come to Hermiston, they're not interested. So how do we sell our community also? So, you know, Umatilla Electric's a big part of this area, and it's really, really growing, but we don't feel like we have what we need to help with that growth.
Add
Yeah.
a little bit to that.
Yeah.
So Eastern Oregon University graduated a student by the name of C.J. Kindle. Played football for the university, worked at the Small Business Development Center, earned his degree in business, went to Columbia Basin Electric to become a lineman, but his goal is not to be a lineman.
Right.
His goal is to understand the field so he can get into management at the co-op level. And so your message is right on the mark.
Yeah. Along with CJ, a good friend of his that went to school with him, his name's Patrick Collins. He also went to EOU, and he has a master's in business administration. We hired him as a land use specialist. We know he probably won't stay there because it's below his level, at least on the education realm. I mean, he's a smart kid. So it's just trying to fill those gaps with training, ongoing training, some type of professional development, certification programs, like Debbie touched, you know, doing online schooling, but then at the same time, like when I got my bachelor's at Merrillhurst, we did a hybrid program where I'd go down there for the weekend and study and then come home and work on the, you know, online the rest of the time. So you need that interaction, but to go along with the online programs. Adult education, the schedule has to be convenient for the adult. I was lucky when I got my master's. It was all online, but it was around my schedule. Fortunately, I wasn't working at the time. But I know a lot of people that work and would love to get a master's, but it's just hard. So the schedule has to be very flexible for adult learning. Let's see, I think that's, oh, and then the diversity piece. So we have apprentice. The federal government and now the state of Oregon is asking us to do a lot more in outreach when we go to hire, but we run into roadblocks because unfortunately in Eastern Oregon we don't have that pool for the diversity to meet those numbers. So how can we get that going in the schools where we're bringing in a more diverse student population and then help us out to meet all of our affirmative action plan numbers. Especially with our apprenticeship program now, we're having to take and do a whole different set of records than what we do normally anyways at the company. And they're really watching us to see if we're meeting our goals and stuff. So diversity is a really big thing right now. I think that's all I have. So.
Okay, thank you, Denise. Heidi.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I'm sure you'll have some education-specific questions coming up, so I just want to make sure I answer just the question you want right now. So just what I'm seeing for economic trends and workforce needs, is that correct? Okay. So it's my 23rd year working in the Umatilla School District, my 16th year as superintendent there. And so thankfully during that course of time, I've been able to see our community grow and change in really exciting, fabulous ways. And I'm really proud of the growth that Umatilla has had, especially in the last 5 to 6 years. There's some really wonderful efforts being made, and our city's done a really great job of leading a lot of that work. The challenge that I still see is the demographics of our students throughout almost that entire time haven't changed. We still serve 100% poverty kids, and that's because of community eligibility. So before community eligibility, which allows us to feed all students based off of a percentage system, but before that we were 87% K-12 in our school district qualified for free reduced meals. We serve the second highest percentage of English language learners in the state of Oregon. We're only behind Woodburn. And 74% of our students are students of color. And so when I look at how the economic landscape is changing for our families, the answer is it isn't. And the reality has actually been beautifully described here, because a lot of our higher wage jobs can be done remotely. And a lot of our higher wage jobs can be done through these really flexible systems. And they would be hired locally if we had the workforce to support such. But because we don't, they're having to make those decisions to allow people from all over the state and nation to work in their companies, which I do not begrudge them 1 ounce. But that means that it really hasn't changed much for our families, because the jobs for which they're still eligible are those lower wage jobs. They are the security positions at Amazon, not necessarily the server techs. And it just continues on. Fortunately, I do think the businesses in our area have been wonderful partners throughout all of this. They've worked with our school specifically in a variety of ways, and they know that we're committed to getting them the workforce that they need as well. And so they're very supportive of a lot of the programs that we have. Umatilla specializes in STEM learning and especially robotics. And so we do a lot of computer programming, a lot of engineering, a lot of robots, lots and lots of robots. And Amazon recognized that. And so we have an $80,000 industry grade CNC machine that will be installed this fall because of them, and our kids will be doing some really exciting CAD and advanced manufacturing work. We also have our CTE teachers in dual endorsed areas. So one of our CTE teachers is also a certified math teacher, because I think the real issue for your electrician problem is math. So kids are leaving high school and they have this very different understanding of how mathematics can be applied. And then they go to the trade schools, and specifically union halls, and do those intro tests. And they go, oh, I don't know how to do this. When in actuality, if we can streamline that CTE math pathway a little bit like we're trying to do at our high school, we can make sure that the math they're seeing is applied through those career trades apprenticeship opportunities, and then the kids are ready for it because they do know the math. They know the math they need to pass the electrician's entry exam. I know that they do. The challenge is it's not worded in such a way that they recognize the transfer. It's just a vocab issue. So those are the types of things that we need better coordination on. And I know I've been part of an Oregon teacher math project that has been working with the HEC and some other groups in the Department of Ed to try to streamline the high school, college math just alignment, so that we're not stuck with kids getting lost in that math limbo, when in actuality, they're fine. We just as adults have to get our acts together. The kids are doing just fine if we just step back and remove ourselves from the equation for a minute. So I think those are some of the biggest things economically that I've seen in our community specifically, is just the need for higher education, the need for access to opportunity for those areas. And then when we switch to the education piece, I'll tell you all kinds of great things that we can do or that EOU is already doing in that area.
Thank you. Chris, did you have a comment? All right. So just among the panel here, are there any follow-up comments you'd like to make before we open it up? Yes.
I'm like, I need to get with you, because maybe there's a disconnect with us, because we're taking high school graduates from Riverside High anyway, and happy to take them from anywhere, and helping get them into higher paying jobs. And we have a real career ladder that's really dynamic, and we have one graduate that I can speak that went to BMCC industrial training, was going through that, working at the grocery store. We put him so he could use the work that he was actually learning at school into our plant. He went out, we sent him back to Kansas. He got his industrial refrigeration certificate, and he's just on his way to whatever he wants to do, because certified refrigeration technicians can make $40, $50 an hour. So anyway, there's a real opportunity for anyone, even with some limited language skills, to move up in our industry anyway. And I appreciate the math part of it, because it is a stumbling block for a lot of things that people do. Even in the industrial refrigeration, you got to know what the different levels of temperatures and time and this to be able to make those calculations. And then I didn't mention teachers, but I cannot tell you how desperately we need teachers. We need teachers for our childcare. Childcare is going to expand. We started with 15 students, 17 years in after-school program. During COVID, we opened a child care center, got up to 54 students. Now we've got an opportunity for another classroom with 18 more students. We'll be up to nearly 80 children in a child care program that's funded by local businesses. But what we don't have, and we will not be able to expand much more if we don't have teachers. And we've got to work with the universities and the colleges to get people interested in this work, and we'll pay for their college while they're working. And it's a beautiful program, and anyone gonna, get into that at a high school level or a college level. So super important to me. Childcare is going to be more money coming from the state. There's going to be more businesses that say, yes, we need to help pay for it and get people a place for their children to go and get educated so they're ready for school. It's an important part.
All right, thank you. Trustee Mendoza.
This is for my good friend Heidi Sipe. Talk about your pathway programs, or talk about what you do with CTE. Talk about anything that you have going on with job shadows or internships with businesses.
Yeah, all of the above. Yeah. And I love what you just said about those pathway programs. The one thing I should add is of our robotics alums, it used to be that 100% of them went on to college. And then during COVID, we've noticed about 70% of them are going on to college. About 30% are being hired in very high-level jobs right out of our robotics program in high school. So that's a very real thing. It's exciting to see that opportunity, especially for kids who are perhaps supporting their families and doing some other things where college is less accessible. So I didn't want to minimize that. We have a huge after-school program as the first part of your answer, and in large part because of the childcare needs that everyone has mentioned. So we serve about 600 students per year in our after-school program, which we have a student population of just over 1,400 kids. So almost half of our student population participates in our after-school program. Part of it is through internship and employment, and part of it is through attendance. So our high school students are able to apply as interns to the after-school program starting their freshman year. If they successfully complete their internship, then they're allowed an opportunity to apply for one of the teaching positions as high school students. We team that up with the Oregon Teacher Pathway through EOU, and then we also add in all of the credit options. So Umatilla High School will pay for 100% of the tuition, books, mileage, anything they need towards any post-secondary training, whether it is a career certification, an AAOT degree, or a transfer module. Any of those we will pay for in full, and we have a large number of kids that participate in that. And some of them are through that after-school program. And then the other piece that we have is a job shadow opportunity, so that any kid who attended at least 2 or more sessions of the after-school program, if they want to attend in summer school, we will pay for them to be placed with a local business. And so we pay for that business, the employee cost, the students gain employment experience, the employers gain a free employee all summer, and it's a win-win for all parties. And we have about 14 employers that we work with in our community to make that happen. And then robotics is the spinal column of our after-school program. So we start off with Lego robotics in kindergarten, and we run that program through 4th grade. And for the junior, and then the FLL competition where they build a little bit bigger. And FLL Discover is, they have like perhaps a city, and just one part will have a windmill that they're programming to turn or something like that. So it's very basic drag and drop programming for FLL Discovery. FLL, they're building the robots out of Legos. And we have 22 teams between FLL Discovery and FLL that are run at our elementary school and our middle school. And then at the middle school level, we have FTC, which are like the 1 foot by 1 foot, or I guess they could be up to 18 inches cubed, robots that are kind of built out of, I don't know, I'd call it angle iron, but it's not really angle iron. So it's a lighter version of that. And we have 13 FTC teams at the middle school. And then FRC, we have 2 high school FRC teams, and they build the 120-pound up to 6 feet tall robots. And through all of those different experiences, they're going all the way from the beginnings of planning and CADing and programming all the way to full-on manufacturing. And so that's one of the biggest pieces that we have for really exposing kids to careers. Because the thing that we found a number of years ago is we could offer kids all kinds of opportunities. But if they never saw anyone in those careers, they don't even know those careers exist. So if we take them to meet a filmmaker, they go, wait a minute, people get paid for this? If we take them to meet someone who's doing some advanced manufacturing, there's a place called Aquajets in Tri-Cities. We take kids to them all the time because kids see what they're doing at Aquajets and they're just in awe. Well, now we can do that too. And so it's really important for them to start to see themselves in these different careers, because otherwise, even if the opportunities are there, they don't know those opportunities are for them. And so it's really important for us to show that to kids. And some of the great partnerships that we have with EOU, I'll pick on Dr. Geisinger for a minute. We had a wonderful project this summer called the Brownfield Project. And so we worked with the city, and by we, Peter did all the really hard work on that. I just connected him to them to identify a project in town that had potential contaminants in the soil and all of that. And so then that developed into this summer program where the students got college credit, they got high school credit, they had the opportunity to work with the city, to work with the university, and really pull together for a partnership that will allow them to have a positive impact on a city project. That's what we want to see, people building identity and connection to all these various projects and seeing themselves in all these different careers as they're going through. And we don't put limits on who gets to participate in those types of things. So a kid who's credit deficient was in that class. A kid who's talented and gifted was in that class, because we want every student to see that there's different pathways. They just might not be in the right one at that time.
Heidi's also being a little humble. These programs are nationally recognized, and so very well done. I just want one very quick point. Several names have been mentioned of EOU grads. All of those students came through your SBDC Small Business Development Center as interns. And what I'd share with you is that the interns that are coming out of the Small Business Development Center on average are making just close to $70,000 a year with benefits. And so really one of the things in my view that EOU can be doing with the business community is helping create those pipelines of interns into business, into industry. What we're doing at the SBDC is we're refining the skills that they've learned in high school and in college, and we're making it more applicable to directly business. And I would really encourage, let's create those pipelines. Let's get the students in their junior and senior year into the businesses and try to get them married. Effectively get the students married to the companies so they come out with a job.
Thanks, Greg. Trustee Johnson.
I have a question for Representative Smith.
Sure.
Greg, you know, if we look back at the last few legislative sessions, we've seen a number of bills that were broad ideas, some of which I think have helped rural Oregon, an infrastructure bill or a Student Success Act, where I think we saw real advantages in our rural communities. We've had some other big ideas that I'm not sure if they would have brought benefit to rural Oregon, right? Low carbon fuels or some other ideas we've seen. Is there an idea that's developing for the next legislative session that may have real benefit or real cost for the Columbia River area and the rest of Eastern Oregon as well?
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now, when I talk with the president and with Tim, we always talk about the color of money. And what the color of money means is different programs are funded in different ways and for different purposes. What I'm seeing right now is there's going to be a big movement in 3 areas. One is fire prevention, suppression, and post-management. Right now I serve as co-chair of a committee on that, and we're looking at how do we raise the revenue to provide that investment. And as we know, climate change has resulted in being a little warmer out there, and as a consequence, a few more fires, and so we need to figure that out. That's number one. Number two, I think you're going to see much greater interest in childcare, as we've talked about in childcare development. And I think you're going to see it as much as a social issue as an economic issue. And I think there's going to be strong collaboration between community, schools, and the business community. And then the third one I really see moving forward is a behavioral health package. I mean, look around. Everyone can see it. We have folks out there that are hurting. And I would just share with you personally, because you asked Representative Smith, each and every one of us in this room are one incident away from being in that same situation. Every one of us. Okay? Something could happen to me on the way home, and my family could be in jeopardy. We could become homeless. I mean, it could happen to any of us. And so I think there's going to be a real move on behavioral health and family security, if you will. And it's got to be a balance, okay? The Republican in me says it's got to be a balance, because folks have to be willing to take care of themselves, but at the same time, there has to be the resources when someone says, I need help. So those are the three packages I see. And there's going to be some housing mixed in there. And the last piece is there's a big federal package coming, okay, with a lot of investment money, but I don't know what the color of that money is going to look like yet. I just don't know yet.
Just real quick, you said fire prevention, fire suppression, and fire.
The management at the end. See, one of the things that happens in the state of Oregon, there's two things. People don't realize this. One, the state of Oregon is self-insured, okay, which means we pay for the fires. We have two policies with Lloyd's of London, totaling $50 million, $25 million per incident. Well, I mean, that's nothing. $25 million is nothing. And so when 3,000 homes were lost down in southern Oregon, insurance picked up some of that. But what wasn't picked up, City Hall, water systems, all that stuff, the state had to make those investments. And then when the Fed does step in to reimburse, it could take upwards of 2 to 4 years. And so what do you do? And so we're looking at creating a fund to help soften that. So, yeah. And by the way, I'll share one last thing that I'm done talking, I promise you. There is a generational change occurring in Salem, and you need to understand this. It's really important. The longest serving speaker in Oregon history has stepped down and is running for governor. The longest serving member of the legislature and the longest serving Senate president in Oregon history is retiring. A long serving member of the House, Senate, Secretary of State, and now governor is stepping down. 73% of the legislature will have never served in the building with the public and the lobby. It's all been online, okay? We have 2 new congressional seats, okay? One was newly created. The other is because the longest serving congressman in Oregon history, Peter DeFazio, chair of the Transportation Committee, a powerful committee, is retiring, okay? 2 new Republican leaders, although Tim Knope in the sense very experienced. The House Republican leader was selected because 22 other people stepped back, okay? And so it's going to be very important for you folks to come to Salem and to educate, and to educate, and to educate, because the people down there, they don't know what they don't know. And on January 10th, I've become not only the longest serving member in the House, I've become the longest serving member in the entire legislature. And so whatever I can do to be of assistance to EOU, you folks need to know I am just text, phone call away. Done talking, Richard.
Oh, good. Thank you. No, that's the kind of input we need. Other questions or comments? Trustee Mabbutt.
Thank you. And I think this is directed at Heidi, but anyone please chime in. Heidi, again, I do think you're understating some of your leadership and accomplishments in Umatilla. Can you share with the board a little bit how how you have addressed successfully some of the cultural differences and the barriers? I know I got to work with Heidi for a couple of years in capacity of the city, and so a lot of these formulas work, but culturally they're different. Like, for example, your students who want to go to college, but they need to babysit younger siblings. But if you could just share a few of those thoughts and how, if you have thought this through, and I'm guessing you have, how EOU might be able to help foster that.
Absolutely. The first is if you ever look at Umatillo's school report cards or see our Zillow ratings, it looks like we're horrible. It's because we don't care about the state assessment. And the reason we don't care about the state assessment is that it's only in English, and we teach dual language, and so in Spanish and in English. And it had these huge discrepancies by race and ethnicity and language. And what was most profound to us is we noticed about year 2 of the Smarter Balanced assessment that our students who were graduating from high school with their Associates of Arts transfer degrees and their high school diploma concurrently didn't pass the SBAC. So if the intent of the SBAC was to get kids college and career ready, but these kids are graduating with high school diplomas and college diplomas at the same time, it clearly missed the mark. So we just stopped paying attention to it. And so you'll see that that's a problem every time. And so I think that spirit of we're going to do what's best for our community is probably alive and well, almost to an extreme in Umatilla. I'll own that. But what we do invest in really heavily is getting to know our families, making sure that they know how their individual kids are doing. So the assessment that we put a lot of weight into is called MAPS assessment. It's still a national assessment, but we monitor student growth and individual student growth, because the thing that we've learned is if we can have conversations with parents and say, this is where your child is now in Spanish and in English, and here's where we need them to be by the end of the year, and here's our exact plan for getting them there, we need your help in this, then they become a partner who's willing to assist their children in learning. And that's how we get graduation rates that we do, which are usually in the 90% for all of our students. So I think those are the things that matter, and it's really focusing on what matters, which is always the kids, and getting the parents to see that. And I would give kudos to EOU. A few years ago, I had a really blunt, overly frank discussion about services to our Latino kids in EOU. And EOU stepped up big time. And they acknowledged it, they worked on it, because for Umatilla kids, many of them were experiencing being a minority for the first time. And let me explain that. If you go to high school that's 74% students of color, and you walk onto a college campus and it's the first time you've ever seen a bunch of white people, that makes you automatically think you don't fit. It's a problem, because our kids fit. Umatilla kids fit at college always, but they weren't feeling that way. And so what we asked for and received, and huge credit to President Insco, who I know was instrumental in all of this, was making sure that students were connected to affinity groups right away. And we do that same thing in our schools. So our PTO is automatically reaching out. When we have a message we want to get out, we call it our Army of Moms. And there are these key communicators in the district that we just get the message to the moms. And then they're the ones who will talk about it on the line at work. And they're the ones who will bring it up wherever they are with their neighbors. And that's important, because if we don't have those key communicators spreading our message, it just feels like it's our message, not our message. And that's a very different feel. And so I think the EOU needs to continue that level of outreach. And the other thing that we really push in our district toward EOU, and I use my son as an example, so he got his AAOT in high school when he graduated. EOU was one of the only universities that would accept his AAOT for his first 2 years of college. My daughter went to Whitman. Whitman accepted her first 2 years of college from BMCC. You know who wouldn't? The University of Oregon, or OSU. Seriously? This is lame. So EOU does a great job of that. And the other thing that EOU does a really great job of is for us to be able to drive parents up there and go, look, you're only 90 minutes away from home. Because for a lot of our families, they sacrificed their history, their heritage, their families to be here to give their kids a better life. And to think of them leaving after that is terrifying. And so EOU has done a wonderful job of being close, offering some distance programs, being very accommodating when we need to bring parents up to stay in the dorms for a weekend, all of that EOU has always said yes to. And I think the other thing that they are just tremendous on, and I couldn't say enough good about it, is I meet with the deans of EOU. We just have a Zoom call, but we meet quarterly. And we've been doing that for the last year and a half. And because of that, we have some really cool partnerships happening to serve the families who are often underserved. And that's clearly something I'm very passionate about. But I think so it's a two-part answer, Tamara. One is just, if something doesn't really fit that population, get rid of it. It makes no sense to jump through a hoop for the sake of jumping for the hoop. And if it means I take a black eye in the paper once a year, okay, fine. But the other thing is making sure that our families understand why we do those things, that we do it for them, and that we are always willing to partner with them. And I think that matters probably most. And I can always see it during harvest time because I love our community so much. And I love coming home, and there will be like random piles of potatoes on my front porch, onions, you know. It's that very sharing, wonderfully giving community that we have. And so I know that those efforts are appreciated. It's very sweet.
Thanks, Heidi.
I'll just add to that with John Barone. He's a first generation college student. His parents have 5 children, and they've gone all made sure they've gone off to college. And he had a great experience as a Hispanic first generation college grad at EOU. So, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Well, I don't think I even need to say this, but it was really interesting and informative discussion. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Let's see, we're pretty close to on schedule, so we'll take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 3:50. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone. Next, we're going to, just a minute.
Bang the gavel some more.
Next, we're going to turn to a statewide perspective on trends in higher education. Ben has been, Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Ben Cannon is the director of the Higher Ed Coordinating Commission. He's joined us in several previous meetings, and I think that's been really productive. And he asked us, what do you want to talk about? And in a nutshell, we said we'd like his perspective on opportunities and challenges in higher ed, and also, equally or more important, how can EOU and HEC most effectively collaborate to address that? So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Ben.
Well, thank you, Chair Chavez, and thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here with you in person. For those of you whom I've only met on the Zoom screen, hello. It's really wonderful to see you in actual person. You'll probably notice I'm taller than I look on the Zoom screen, but Zoom is the great leveler, at least in terms of height. I just so pleased to have the invitation to share some of your retreat with you and look forward to a conversation. I have, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of thoughts about partnership, about the future of higher education, about the kind of landscape and market that we're in. And as I prepared this, I did spend a little bit of time thinking about what it would be like to be in your shoes, responsible for running this institution, making some really important choices about the future of Eastern Oregon University. And so that's reflected in how I'll describe the current landscape and some of the future, I think, opportunities. It is not my job, to be clear, to define the future of EOU under our pretty independent system of governance. That is the responsibility of boards of trustees of our universities to set that strategic direction and determine those values and priorities. But of course, the state partnership and the state budget, the state authorities do create some of the context for the decisions that you'll be making. And I think it's important to continue this dialogue in support of your role as trustees. So I'm going to move through some big topics and try to do it relatively quickly. And I actually start sort of by taking a decade-long look at kind of where we've been and begin with some good news around attainment and equity and funding, but some challenges, most of which will not be new to you. Some thoughts about the changing demands that our employers and students have, I think, for higher education. Some considerations of the marketplace that you all are operating within, that Oregon Higher Education and its public institutions are operating within, and then what that may mean for the future of our institutions and for the state of Oregon. And I'll really close with that emphasis on partnership. But first, quickly on attainment. This doesn't describe the increases in state attainment rates, but actually the recent data that's described here on that bar that shows 35.1% in the green. That's the proportion of young adult Oregonians who have a bachelor's degree or higher. And that's grown quite a bit over the last 10 years by several percentage points. So we continue to grow the attainment levels, the post-secondary attainment levels of young Oregonians. And that we've likewise seen a kind of decade-long increase in the proportion of young adults with any post-secondary credential. That includes not just bachelor's degrees, not just degrees, but post-secondary certificates, apprenticeships, et cetera. And we largely track a national increase in that. So that's a good news story. We've made slow but steady progress in the proportion of Oregonians who have earned some form of post-secondary education. Even more striking, actually, has been the rising rate of completion of students at our public colleges and universities. And so the upper bar here are the proportion of students who start at an Oregon public university and complete within 6 years, tracked back to the mid-2000s, and then some of our more recent data. And I apologize that some of these slides, take a while to update because this data goes through a lot of filters. But that 67.2% rate, that's quite a bit higher than where it was about a decade earlier. And a similar sort of trend at our community colleges, where we track the percentage who complete with a certificate or degree or transfer to a four-year university. And you see those rising rates. We are always, and I'm not going to present much disaggregated data here because I'm trying to move quickly, but we're always at the hack disaggregating by income, by race, and by other measures for which we have data. We have seen slight narrowing in our equity gaps by race at the city, at least some of them. This is completion rates, again, at universities for Oregon University students, and you see the rises across most of our populations of students of color. And that's rises in some cases greater than for the overall student population. Turning to funding, I mean, really, there's a story in Oregon that we deserve to some extent, but I feel partly responsible for helping try to shift the narrative a little bit, a story about the lack of public funding for education. This in higher education can be misleading. When you look over the last 10 years, we today spend, as a state, we invest the state budget 94% more on higher education in Oregon than we did 10 years ago, a 94% increase in public funding. That's the second highest rate of increase of any state in the country. Only California has increased public investment in higher education more than the state of Oregon over the last decade. And that's in spite of declining enrollment, particularly across in our community college sector, and we'll turn to that in a moment. But this is a state that has substantially increased support for public education. Now, that isn't to say that we've yet caught up even with the national average, because that data from 10 years ago, that first bar and even the lower one that precedes it from 2011, we were 49th in the country at that time on a per student or per capita basis, and now we're in the mid-30s. So it's not like we're at national averages. We still are a relatively low funder of higher education, but we have made big gains over the last decade. Declining enrollment, I mentioned it. The steep bar here is community college students. So this is headcount students. It's not by FTE, but big declines in student headcount and modest declines of resident Oregon students at our public universities. What's new here, most of this will be familiar at least to many of you, but what's new here, at least it was to me, is this green call-out box on this slide, which expresses the percentage of Oregonians who are enrolled at a public higher education institution in Oregon on an FTE basis. I was just curious, looking back even prior to 2010 or 2000, so I go all the way back to 1980, and the state's grown a lot, right? So I was curious, like, what percentage of Oregonians in 1980 were enrolled in higher education? And on an FTE basis, that was 3.68% of them. Today, that's declined by a lot. We're down to about 3%. 3.06% of Oregonians are enrolled at a public higher education institution on an FTE basis. That's a kind of wonky calculation, but nevertheless, that's a big drop-off. If we were to reestablish those 1980 rates, that would be an additional 20,000 FTE, full-time equivalent students at Oregon's public institutions. So something important is going on there, and notwithstanding the big push that our state and our country has made to expand post-secondary opportunity, we've seen a contraction in that in Oregon. As we look forward, these are projections on the right-hand side of the vertical line of the number of high school graduates. Again, President Insco, others of you have seen and looked at this data. You can also look at it regionally to sort of northeastern Oregon or other regions of interest. Overall, this is a breakout by race ethnicity, but overall the story is flat or declining. Projected numbers of high school graduates. There's increased diversity, which creates opportunities, but there's also an overall decline, which creates challenges from a enrollment standpoint for our colleges and universities. Perhaps more worrisome to me, and this is a slide that will be very interesting when ODE is able to update it, the Oregon Department of Education. We're lagging a couple of years now, but we have seen fairly steady, and I shouldn't say fairly steady because there's been a little bit of up and down, but I'm now pretty confident that the percentage of Oregon high school graduates who enroll in any college nationwide, who go on to college, is declining in Oregon. I think we can pretty safely say that. There's been some up and down, but we seem to be on a pretty steady, slight but steady downward trajectory, and I think that number is really going to fall when we add the pandemic data, which this doesn't include. This ends before the pandemic hit. So that's, again, we're projecting fewer high school graduates, and we seem to be in a downward trend of the proportion who go on to any form of college. This isn't just Oregon public institutions. This isn't just Oregon institutions. This is any public or private college or university in the country within 16 months of graduating. So that's my data slides. I do the data thing. Now a little bit more, this is a little bit more my observations about the dynamic and the landscape that we're in. I would argue that we look at our students today and we see some changing needs. I think there's an increasing emphasis our students are placing on education for career. They have always gone to college or university for career, of course, for jobs. Increasingly, I think that's true, and increasingly because the cost of higher education, the cost they're bearing is going up, that demand for a return on the investment, on some sense of or knowledge of security in job and career once they graduate is even more important than it ever has been. Secondly, increased flexibility, and it was mentioned during the last panel for adult students who are likely going part-time or balancing that, child rearing, a job or jobs, have transportation needs. This need for greater levels of flexibility, education that is offered through distance learning, education that's offered at nights or weekends or at other ways to support those needs. And it's not just the non-traditional adult students. We're seeing that increasingly from 18, 19, 20-year-olds who are, especially they've went to some of their high school years or middle school years during a pandemic when it was remote and say, hey, why can't I do that at college too? And finally, non-academic supports. And part of this is about meeting basic needs. It's about the greater demands, the greater cost, and therefore greater challenges that Oregon students face with respect to housing, with respect to food security. It's also about greater support for their wellness, social, emotional, mental wellness supports. It's about other forms of support that our institutions of higher education are being increasingly called upon to deliver for students' well-being. I have less confidence in this slide. It was one of the reasons why I was very interested to hear the panel that preceded us. But I think we can also perceive in changing employer demands for the graduates of or for their employees. Employers appear to be relying overall less on degrees today as a marker of job readiness, right? The fact you have a bachelor's degree, even in a relevant field, is probably less important to the average Oregon employer than it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago, or a master's degree or a certificate. There are other ways that employers can measure one's preparation for work. And we can talk about what those are, but there's I think that is a trend that's here to stay. Likewise, I think, or maybe relatedly, I think employers are focused even more than they ever have been on hiring for employees who are job ready. And that can mean a lot of different things. The most profound sort of aspect, I think, broadly of employer demand today is that they have demand. They are hiring, right? Across so many sectors, there are more job openings than there are applicants. And so the relative value of credentials, of degrees, has also declined, at least for now, because they need to fill the positions. Okay, and now again, sort of putting myself a little bit in your shoes, because you do, all of our colleges and universities operate within a market, and one where enrollment is really important, right? To sustain an institution, one that depends on tuition revenue, not just state revenue, for its well-being. does require figuring out how to compete. And so thinking about that marketplace, there are some changes there too. The rise of national online universities, including public ones like University of Southern New Hampshire, Arizona State University, including private ones, whether it's University of Phoenix, which I think had its heyday a while ago, but other private online operators. These are behemoths, some of which are doing a pretty darn good job of providing distance education to students around the country and are gobbling up an increasing share of the market. Private career schools that have in certain ways kinds of flexibility relative to accreditation, relative to hiring practices, et cetera, that public institutions don't and can offer short-term career-oriented training. We work with them. We're the state agency that licenses private career schools, and they are a growing sector of the market. Other forms of short-term workforce training programs and employer-delivered training, right? There's a lot of places one can go for post-secondary education that isn't called a college or isn't called a university and can do a good job of meeting a student's need, at least for some immediate and short-term job-related training. So part of what is resulting from all of this is some really interesting patterns of market, I'm calling it market bifurcation. And I don't have data from Oregon on this yet, but looking and talking to colleagues nationally and looking at some of the data here, I think we're seeing a really interesting and frankly, I think concerning trend, which is that we, at many of our flagship public institutions and elite or selective private schools, it's never been better. They are in demand in a way, they're record applications and record enrollment. Meanwhile, at our community colleges, and we do have data for this in Oregon, and many of our regional comprehensive universities and other non-selective schools, it is tough going right now for students, for enrollment. And I say this is concerning in part because this bifurcation also appears to be a bifurcation of by income and by traditional sort of markers of college readiness. It is predominantly students of children of more affluent families who are continuing to seek out and pay for that public flagship or elite private education, and it is the institutions that have historically served our rural, our low income, and our students of color that are not seeing the enrollment growth, and in fact are experiencing real enrollment challenges. And so the concern here, if it's not obvious, is this pattern, if it's true and if it holds, leads to increasing levels of income and social stratification, right? Where the haves have more and the not haves are not in school. And so lots to say about that, lots of consequences, but I think that's an important part of what's happening across the national higher education landscape. So sort of final thought around, what does this mean for colleges, universities like Eastern Oregon University? What's a public institution to do? And all of this is, of course, overly simplified, but I do think that the university and universities like it, and colleges like it, do face a set of really challenging conversations and decisions. It's never been a either or between the two kind of models that I've exaggerated on this slide, but there is a strategy that I think that really focuses on competing on price, on flexibility, and on sort of short-term workforce readiness, right? More in the way of short-term training, flexible training, career-oriented training, distance models, and or differentiating your institution as a site for where people will come together to engage challenges, engage each other, even across difference, right? Learn how to live in a civic society together, build community, learn for the long term, maybe learn for a career and not just for the first job. Again, overly simplified. I don't think Eastern Oregon University is likely to say, well, we're one and not the other, right? clearly have a critical role as a community hub, right? As a center for community and for lifelong learning in Northeastern Oregon. And you have demand from employers, from students, to compete on price and flexibility and for short-term workforce preparation. But how you balance these things, I think, matters a great deal, and it matters to the state as well. So thinking about the state role, I know I've presented before on the HEC strategic roadmap, but while it doesn't answer these questions for you, it does suggest, I think, some potential avenues for partnership. The 5 strategies that are on this slide and the next one are the ones that emerged from our planning process that we wrapped up last summer that identified for the state, tried to identify the kind of areas that we were really going to focus the commission and our partners' efforts. And there is, through these, and thinking about number 1 and number 2 and then number 4 on these of these strategies, there is definitely a concern for creating more flexible, more accessible, lower cost, and more career-oriented options for students. That is, we hear it from employers, we hear it from students. I think there's some good equity arguments for it. So I see there is a need to focus there. There is simultaneously a recognition, I think, including through the first and through the 5th of these strategies, on the need to, and suggest this may be something we need to call out more, but a real need and value for supporting institutions, universities like Eastern and other regional institutions, in supporting their community and supporting learners' lifelong needs and supporting community needs. And that may require some funding or some partnership in ways that we haven't had before. Say just a final few thoughts about partnership opportunities, or questions maybe as much as opportunities. Since I've raised the marketplace issues and the competitive issues amongst Oregon institutions and Oregon with national institutions, the HEC does have some responsibility with the legislature, but in some cases, on its own, to channel institutions, right? We are boundary setters to some extent. We can, for example, tell a community college or a university that it can or can't offer a certain type of degree or a certain program that it comes to us to approve. And I think there's a big question in this environment of whether we should be allowing those boundaries to blur still further, so allowing, for example, universities to do more in the way of short-term career-oriented training and allowing community colleges to do more in the way of baccalaureate training, right, which is would represent potential boundary blurring in both parts, or instead of boundary blurring, maybe boundary setting, right, building clear walls and saying, no, actually we're going to keep folks in their channels. That may come at the cost of certain types of institutions that find themselves unable, not permitted to compete in markets that they would like to compete in order to sustain or grow enrollment. But that's I think a strategic challenge for the state and a strategic opportunity for us in conversation and consultation with you. I've mentioned the way that the roadmap, I think, does support greater levels of state investment in programs that provide flexible, short-term opportunities for students. Our state funding this cycle for credit for prior learning, for better and clearer transfer arrangements, some of that funding coming through Future Ready Oregon for more short-term and career-oriented training, expansion of the apprenticeship model, et cetera. And then I guess, final thing I'll say, one thing we've not done, and HEC's heard it a lot from institutional leaders, particularly university leaders, we've not as a state, and certainly not as a higher education coordinating commission, looked at the state's, the way in which higher education can contribute to statewide and regional economic development plans, right? We've not taken a concerted view of what does our state's economic future require, or what would it benefit from, and how can approaches to higher education, support for higher education, support that. So I think that's possible, that in partnership with other state agencies, I don't think this would be a HEC project on its own, but it's possible that, you know, with a governor's leadership, with through partnerships with, as I said, other state agencies and colleges and universities, we could have a more concerted understanding of the contribution that a well-supported system of higher education can make to regional and statewide economic development. I think that's a really interesting way to think about the next few years. I will just close and turn to you just by noting a few of the things that are going on this year that I expect are on your landscape map, or most of them anyway, or some of yours, but I want to know because they form a big part of how we're working in 2022 to prepare for 2023 and beyond. One of these calls on us, specifically the HEC's process of developing an agency request budget, which we're completing this week at the commission meeting on Thursday, and legislative concepts for the 2023 legislative session. So we're actively, we're in the kind of final push of bringing our legislative agenda together. There is a legislative task force on the success of underrepresented students in higher ed. Some of you have probably met with them, that is at work to assess the needs of underrepresented students and develop a legislative plan. There's a Racial Justice Council appointed by the governor that has taken up education and workforce development among other areas, and will be helping, I think, bridge to the 2023 legislature and a new governor. And then finally, some other activities, reports going on, including the roadmap that I just referred to from the HEC, but also a landscape study that NCHEMS is doing for the college and university presidents, and an audit that will be forthcoming from the Secretary of State about the HEC and community colleges. So a little bit of what's out there. Lots here to potentially respond to, talk about, ask questions about. I'd love your thoughts, and again, appreciate the chance to spend some time with all of you this afternoon.
Okay, thanks, Ben. Trustee Mendoza, did you have a?
Thanks, Ben. Quick question for me on, I'll just say, there's a lot of students that I get to talk to, and they usually say, I can go to that job and get paid that much more money, and I can go to college and pay a lot more debt, and I can go and get that job and it's going to be 40 or 50,000, and I can start my career here and it's going to be 40,000. And so this cost of trades and the amount of money they can get without going into debt, how much research, how much knowledge, what do you guys say about that? What should we think about for that?
Yeah, so the last couple of years have really changed the game, to be honest, and I don't have the data in front of me, but it is absolutely the case that high school graduates, even without post-secondary education, and even non-high school completers today can get, I mean, you see the signs too, right? At least $18, $20 an hour jobs, and potentially sort of living wage salaried jobs without a post-secondary degree. Over time, I'm doubtful, and history doesn't sort of bear out that is sustained. When we look at the long-term sort of return on investment for higher education, there is a continued, at least, without the benefit of the most recent data, because it's going to take a while to see how that plays out and how this economy plays out. But looking back over decades, that premium associated, that long-term premium associated with college, with university, is large and growing. So I think we're sort of caught between this, the world as it was, where the data is very clear that that wage premium associated with college is large and grows. And especially if you look not at the first job, but at 10 years after graduation, as folks have moved into up career ladders, some of them in management, they have that bachelor's degree, so they may have started out in a relatively low wage job, but they've moved into a management role, for example. There's a big gap there, but we're caught between that story and the reality of the world we're living in right now, which is your high school graduates, yeah. I mean, those jobs are out there, and it would be very hard in your shoes to know exactly how to counsel that student who says, I could pay for college, borrow to go to college, or I can go earn money to support my family, right? Like it's no wonder we're struggling. It's maybe some of the the proof though, or I go back to that market bifurcation. What are affluent families doing? They're putting their kids in college. Nothing has changed. In fact, the demand has even grown for that 4-year degree. Why is that? What do they know that family doesn't? Well, they have the means, right? They don't need the immediate income, and they're betting that over the long term, that 4-year degree is going to matter for their child's long-term well-being.
All right, Trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Executive Director Cannon, for making the long trip to Boardman. It's good to have you here, Ben. One of HEC's initiatives this year is trying to figure out how to spend $200 million in Future Ready Oregon. One of the big buckets in Future Ready Oregon is something called the Workforce Readiness Grants. I think there's a goal that your organization has to create some interesting new ideas, and so to incent that, you have a $9.8 million grant that's closing the next week, where organizations are supposed to build the capacity to then create an interesting application later on for some of those funds. I'm wondering if rural Oregon is participating in this. You've had some hearing sessions and such. I know here at EOU, I've mentioned this a couple times before, and I'm not sure the institutions thought hard about the opportunity, but how about the rest of rural Oregon?
So I don't have the kind of real-time data on what our applications look like for that first round of funding. So I can't directly answer the question about the degree of participation for rural Oregon. I know that some of the folks with whom we've been talking about this and working and providing some technical assistance to have included organizations working in rural communities, but what the applications look like or will look like, I just couldn't say. The grant program that you're describing, that larger workforce readiness grant, which will be a total of $95 million when it's all said and done, is designed to support innovative training models that include, we expect, partnerships between training organizations, which could include colleges and universities. They're not at all excluded, but could also include other types of training entities, typically alongside other agencies that are supporting, or community-based organizations that are supporting the learners' needs, right? Which may, because this grant program and most of Future Ready Oregon is focused on communities that have been historically underserved by education and training, those needs could include things like housing, like food, like childcare, like language assistance, or other supports. So I think it'll be very interesting to see whether these capacity building grants do indeed help bring up some capacity from community organizations or other agencies that maybe haven't traditionally been in the workforce or education game, and can put them in a position to join a college or university, an employer, a labor union, some other entity that provides training, and put them in a position to compete for these workforce readiness grants probably a year from now. So that's the thinking.
All right, Cheryl.
Thank you for coming. I had a couple points, one question, one point. We were over at Lamb West, and they encouraged their employees to go to school, and so once they're hired, then they pay scholarships and stuff for their student or their employees to go to school. I think that's somewhere where we need to focus as universities, is helping to incentivize employers to create a funding for their employees to go to school, and I think that's where we're going to see maybe some increase in numbers, is if we can incentivize some of those employers to help their employees get to school. So that was one of my observations. Correct me if I misunderstood you, but you were sort of saying, I think, that HEC knows what's best for the universities and make that decision on whether the university should stay doing what we're currently doing. That was upsetting to me. If you could.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to clarify, because no, you might be referring to my reference to the fact that the HEC does have certain authorities to determine whether new programs, degree programs, or certificate programs at community colleges and universities may be offered. So this is under existing law, and under our coordination function, we can say yes or no to new programs. So for example, a community college that wants to offer an applied baccalaureate, which is a relatively new option that they have under the law to propose, the HEC can say no, right? We can say that's not necessary, it's not in the state's interest. Likewise, we could tell a university that if a public university in Oregon wanted to, come start a new program in Portland that competed directly with Portland State University that was doing the same thing, we could say no. So we do have some authority and responsibility for that level of decision making in the interest of statewide coordination. And I think that I meant to describe that as a sort of open question for the HEC about how, and it has been frankly since we started, how we will approach those, whether we'll take a more hands-off, like, hey, let them compete, let the market figure it out, versus more of a, no, there's certain, community colleges do community college things, and if they try to expand that, we don't let them. Universities do university things, and in fact, universities should stay in their regions or stay in their lanes. We should differentiate between them and keep them in their place, right? For the HEC, that has always been, and I think continues to be, an unresolved strategic question of how we manage or not, right? Again, we could let it all happen, or we could say, no, it's in the state's interest and potentially in the student's interest or institution's interest to be more directive in that regard.
Thank you for clarifying that. And yes, that's what I was referring to. But for instance, our Moonshot for Equity, where we are coordinating, collaborating with community colleges, that if HEC decided to say, no, you can't do that, that would not be something that I think, me personally, would agree with.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned the Moonshot, because I meant to weave that into my remarks, because I think that's a great example of an initiative, a collaborative initiative that is 100% aligned with the Commission's strategic objectives. We are clear that well, I think we are unclear about whether we should be when we should be telling community college, no, it can't do, university level training historically, or universities likewise, maybe some things they shouldn't do. But collaboration, interinstitutional collaboration, like you are taking to the Moonshot for Equity with a focus on equity, I have no doubt about. That is wonderful work that we are fully supportive of.
Trustee Stevens.
Yes, Ben, thank you again for coming and helping, working with us here at Eastern. I have major questions about state funding and apportionment from HEC. Thinking back about, I think we were 30th in this, I mentioned that, but I knew that. It's great to see that we're up to 20th. But my question is, where are we? I'm kind of proud to be an Oregonian, but I'm not proud about how much the state supports higher education. And one of the questions is, what do you see for the future? Are they going to keep going up, and do they really realize where they are? And the other part of my question is the apportionment of how much we get out of that piece of pie. And I know we feel that when it was recently done, it has reduced our apportionment. And so we're very concerned about that. And I was very good to hear you say about how maybe one thing HEC may do is decide that these bigger universities are getting all this money, support, that maybe you can fund some of the other universities that are not doing well. And I know that I think for sure we're going to have a challenge for enrollment over the next few years. I mean, the way it's going. So we're going to definitely need some help. So those are the two questions I have.
Okay, thanks. Good questions. On the comparative funding, so the State Higher Education Executive Officers Association, of which I'm a member, produces an annual report that compares the states, all 50 states plus DC, in the main number they use is per student funding, public funding in higher education. And this is the point where Oregon in 2011 was 49th out of 50 in per student funding. And today we're 35th, I want to say. So we've moved up. That's the result partly of this big increase in overall funding in Oregon. Partly it's the result of decreased numbers of students because we're spending more on fewer students. And it's due partly to the fact that other states have not been funding their higher education system. So actually, you know, we benefit from all of those factors and move up to 36th, 35th, which is still below the national average. We can also look at that per resident. I've done that. I'll just note, because I spend time with this, obviously, with this comparative data, to equal the state of Washington's level of public investment, they're 18th in the country, we're 36th or so, would require increasing Oregon's investment by $267 million annually, so about $530 million on the biennium. So that's a pretty big increase when you consider we're at something like 1.5 billion today, so about a third increase in the public investment. So that gives you a sense in terms of the state's overall investment compared to other states. In terms of how we apportion it among the universities, look, I mean, I think this is an EOU. Well, I mean, when the HEC was created at a time of enrollment abundance. I don't think it's probably ever felt like enrollment abundance at Eastern, but at statewide, we had a lot of students. And the model for the HEC's thinking about apportionment, allocation of funding was really the philosophy was funding should follow the student. And we put that in place and with a real emphasis not only on the student, but student completion for the public universities in 2015. We've always recognized in our funding formula for the universities that it can't be strictly, you know, same dollars per student, right? Because you have some universities with many more students and more economies of scale and other funding opportunities that'll disproportionately favor them. So we've carved out, Eastern benefits significantly from it, what we call mission differentiation funding, which is in a sense sort of base funding that goes to all the universities. I think the question on the table in a time of enrollment scarcity is, you know, what does that mean? What is this student-oriented funding model? You know, much like K-12, funding follows the student predominantly. What does that mean for the vitality and sustainability of institutions like EOU? And what are the state's values around institutions as community assets, not just as places that enroll and complete students, which again has been the HEC's primary and at times really only lens for viewing higher education. And it works reasonably well in an enrollment abundance, but in enrollment scarcity, we can't turn our back on institutions like EOU. At least I don't think we should. The state shouldn't. And it isn't all about student enrollment. So I think it's something we need to look more at.
Trustee Valerio.
Thank you. Great to meet you in person. Thank you. I love what you showed, and thank you for taking the time. I'm going to stick back to the last comment. So is the measuring stick of investing in higher education, our collective investment, I'm not just thinking, is the measuring stick or the most powerful one today the enrollment one? Because if that's the case, we know that the trend is down, and therefore, eventually, we're going to say, hey, this doesn't pay back. Today, we were in the room where 4 of the people at Lem Weston, out of 4, 3 graduated from Eastern Oregon University. Am I incorrect? 3 out of 4. Maybe there is a deeper measuring stick that actually can inform us better of whether or not this investment is worth it. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but the things are changing fast enough that institutions like university are not ready, they're not built to be able to follow those fast changes. It takes 30 or 40 years to create a tenured profession. 2 generations almost. I don't know where we're going to be in 2 generations from now, but clearly it's hard to invest today, early learning, newborn, to wait for this humongous changes. They're almost too fast. So I guess I'm making comments, but I'm asking a question. Do you think we have the will to continue to invest in the current structures with some adjustment that may or may not be proven worthy if we measure them just by enrollment or whatnot. I mean, the big picture is a little scary, and I don't know if the changes that we can come up with are going to be fast enough to adjust to a very fast changing market.
Yeah, I think it's the right question. So the way that we are our measuring stick for years at the HEC has actually been attainment levels. So we, like many states and like the nation as a whole, under the Obama presidency and other efforts, has taken stock of the kind of relative health of our post-secondary education systems by measuring and tracking the proportion of adults with degrees or certificates, post-secondary credentials of some kind, under the premise that more is better, and various states have set various targets. We've had the 40-40-20 goal and the adult attainment goal. And under that very general, it's not enrollment per se, it's actual certificate and degree credential attainment. And under that very broad and flexible measure, as I pointed out, Oregon has seen steady increases. It is also very broad and flexible. It can accommodate a lot of changes within that. You can switch out degrees for certificates, or micro credentials for apprenticeships. I mean, there are a lot of different ways of kind of meeting those broad attainment goals. I think that as we look to the future, rethinking, or at least deepening our conception of what the values of higher education are, and why this is important and for whom. Because I'm less confident than I used to be in the value of that very broad attainment focus, certificate, degree, credential completion generally. And I think that I see higher education's value as being so much more than about the certificate, degree, credential, right? It is in part about these institutions in community. And I tried in that slide that says, gives that either or choice, tended to suggest that the places like Eastern Oregon University do a lot more than confer degrees, right, in terms of the value that they create for the state and for the community. And we don't do a good job today at the state level. I think institutions do a decent job of this, but at the state level, we don't do a good job of trying to track or fund that. So deepening that understanding of the value that you confer, and then tracking and funding that more directly, I think may be part of what needs to be on our agenda going forward.
Thank you, and I love when you put down the rural community building, centers for rural community building. That's super cool. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee Warner.
Thank you, Ben. So in terms of defining that of how we have that discussion and how we move forward that agenda, is that something we should be leading as a university? Is that something state leadership, the HEC? Who's going to be the we that leads that?
Yeah, I think it's it's a big we. It's a collective we. I think that some of what I've described really is about, or suggested is about the institution's response to a context, right? But when in response to Trustee Valerio's question, talked about the potential deepening or redefinition of the value of higher education and then the funding and other strategies that might support its realization, I'm talking there about the state of Oregon. Ultimately, I think adopted, if you will, by the HEC would be the most natural place to sort of center that conversation, but informed by and in partnership with lots of other folks, like the people around this table and many other stakeholders and partners in higher education. It's also the case that the HEC is not an independent creature, right? We're a creature of a governor and a legislature. We operate in a political environment, so this is a conversation that would, to the extent that it's going to inform any changes in how we fund or how we think about the future of higher education in Oregon or create policy for higher education, it's going to need to be something that's socialized with and owned by elected officials on down.
And is that kind of conceptually, do you believe that the legislature is thinking about this, or is that something that we need to push to create? I mean, it seems to me that the idea is there, but in a session, how sessions go, things that just pile up. What do we need to do to prepare us for that?
I think that Eastern has always, EOU has always brought to the legislature a conception of its role and mission that is broader than, degree completion for its students, right? Which is kind of the way the state looks at universities and colleges. So I don't think that, I think it would be, for you, I think it's a matter of continuing to build the case for how you are not only supporting students in improving their likelihood of accessing education and completing degrees, being ready for work, but also how you are building community. I keep using that phrase because I think it's a nice banner for a lot of things, everything from arts and sports to civic participation to health. There are a lot of values, knowledge and economic development, knowledge creation and economic development. But I think it's a matter of continuing to make that case to legislators, and probably with us and with other universities and colleges getting better and more consistent about how we describe higher education's role in that enterprise beyond just the case around students, degrees, and jobs.
So, Ben, one question I have is, so I think about access for all, and I think about the discussion we had today that, there's a big disparity in income levels here in Morrow County as an example, and certainly true across Eastern Oregon or a lot of rural areas. And then we also heard them saying, we'd rather hire someone from this area because they know what the area is about and they want to live here. They don't want to go back to the West. So one of the values of having a regional institution like Eastern Oregon University and having the financial ability to attract lower income students to come and get their degree so that they can get a job in the area, that's a value, I think, that is worth considering and measuring that isn't so significant maybe in the metro area. So how does that come into play with all of this?
Yeah, I think it's a really important point, and it's true not just for this region, but other rural kind of non-valley regions in the state, and we hear it a lot. I think we've tried to sort of accommodate that or recognize that within our funding formula through the designation of rural students as associated with greater funding upon their completion. So we've included them in the category of students who get that funding formula advantage. But I think it's a story that understanding that should be more broadly shared. I think it's consistent with this conversation about sort of value that goes beyond the, a bachelor's degree here, a bachelor's degree there. It's sort of all equivalent. Again, from the statewide perspective, that's sort of been where we tended to be. I think that I mentioned, and I'll come back to the notion of potential sort of regional economic or statewide economic development strategies that highlight the importance of post-secondary education to their success. And again, I don't know. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. It's possible that we could get really good economic development people together to come up with those plans, and they would say that, well, actually higher education doesn't matter very much. But it's also possible, and I think more likely, that they would come to your conclusion, among others, that particularly for rural communities, sustaining and building these rural economies depends on having institutions that serve rural students and don't force them to leave the area. So I think that could be a way into that kind of conclusion. But we need to do some more work to better understand it, I think, socialize it.
President Insco.
From my viewpoint, and Ben and I have talked about this, but something I think this board needs to grapple with is having local governance boards, at least for a university like EOU, is extremely powerful. You bring a perspective that this university has never experienced. But I would suggest that the state is now struggling with a vacuum of the purpose of higher education and a vision for higher education. And so in this, as we've gone to a decentralized governance structure, how do we now create a unified vision for higher education? Because right now, investment in higher education, I would again argue, yes, through the funding model and those kinds of things, we've enjoyed good investments these last few biennium. But the investment in higher education is largely issues driven. It's not based on a vision or a strategy of taking taking the state of Oregon from here to here. And we've got to figure out as a state how to do that in a governance structure that is decentralized, and the HEC having certain roles and our boards having certain roles, and no one that I've seen in the legislature or the executive branch that champions a certain vision for higher education either. That's part of why having this conversation, and Chris, I think you asked, really the critical question of, okay, so we've got to grapple with that and answer the question, how do we answer that for the state? Because I think it's missing, and it's causing us, one, not to invest as much as I think we would collectively say is the right investment in higher education, and two, we do it in a way that's driven by, again, a certain legislator in power's perspective or something, or maybe some political issue that resonates for a particular leader in the legislature and the executive branch.
Thank you. Trustee Mabott.
Thank you. I want to second what President Insko was saying, and I'm not sure what that framework looks like. I'm still a fairly new person on the Board of Trustees, and agree that having decentralized boards in regions makes a lot of sense for reasons already identified. What that framework looks like, I don't know, but I'm saddened to see that this the wealthy families are continuing to send their kids and others aren't. It's the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. And but I'd love to find a way to measure that other than dollars and cents, matriculation rates and earnings, because college is about growing a person, and that sounds a bit esoteric, but how do you frame that up? And I would think that's something that HEC would say, we need to just not talk about dollars and jobs and affordability, because a college education is so much more than that. And particularly when, if we're being sincere in reaching out to first-time college minority populations, that's a message they need to hear, because they can get, you can get $25 an hour being a forklift operator out of high school. Why would I go to college? So I think as higher ed, whether that be the regional boards and HEC and legislators, I think we need to find a way to frame it up to say, hey, this is super cool. This is your adventure in life. This is your trip to Europe. This is what it means to travel. It's just making you a better person. And I think it saddens me that we're putting so much emphasis just on paying for it and getting a job, because college is so much more than that.
Thank you.
If I could just quickly respond to both those comments, I would say the story of Oregon higher education in the last 10 years actually proves that figuring out what you value, measuring it, and paying for it works. This project that resulted in the institutional boards, resulted in HEC, was conceived of or kind of sprang out of a desire by some state leaders to increase attainment rates overall for Oregonians. And it has, as the data suggests, it has done that. But it has been focused on the completion of certificates and degrees and credentials sort of wherever they are, right? It didn't go much farther than that. And we have become a more competitive state in that respect. I think what you're saying, and I agree in the main, is that we need to perhaps reconsider what we're measuring and how we're describing what we value in order to fund that, right? In order to make the case for that type of education and educational experience. So I think it's a great point.
Chris.
Thank you, Chair Shavs. Ben, I mentioned earlier we did some orientation with new trustees, and we talked about fundamentals. And it gave us a reason to look back at ORS Chapter 350 and those first 3 sections, where we talked about the legislative findings, why we have public universities, why we do higher education. Of course, this is your agency's chapter, so I know you know it intimately well. But what I really emphasize that of those 3 sections, that Section 009, the shortest one, the fundamental goals of public higher education, I actually think that is well written and the answer lies within there. And I will just point to Section 4 of that, the very last part, which is that that higher education is the purpose of it. This 4th purpose is contributing positively to the economic, civic, and cultural life of communities in all regions of Oregon. And I think that's really what we're fighting for here. I think it's right there in the statute right now. So I just didn't want, I'm not a trustee, it's a footnote, but I thought I just wanted to have it in there.
Yeah, thanks. I think it to some extent it goes back to the measurement question, right? And that 40-40-20 goal, again, maybe doesn't have a lot of resonance today, but it has driven a lot of the state work over the last decade, in part because it was measurable. That was the whole idea. And so how do we measure number 4, right? And getting better at that.
And how can EOU be involved in helping to establish that? How? That's my question, is we can talk about these things, and then sometimes just because of geographic distance and sometimes for other reasons, we just hear later on, okay, here's the deal. You know, what can we do to be involved? That was part of that front end part of what we wanted to talk about today with HEC.
Yeah, and I, a lot of what I'm sharing with you, including in how I framed up the slides and in this conversation, is reflects some new thinking by me. These are not conversations that I've been having with many others. I like all of you. I trust you. No, I mean, so I mean, in all seriousness, it actually does feel like a place to come and have a real conversation and not something that's sort of too staged. So this feels to me like it's formative, it's informative, and there's a lot of, I guess I would just describe it as socializing of these ideas that needs to occur. I don't have a work plan on how to revitalize 350.009 number 4 and organize the state's, strategic agenda around that. But I think beginning to have these conversations, having them with other boards and amongst board members or institutional leadership and other higher education partners, I shared some of this at my staff meeting this morning, right before coming over here. I was like, hey, here's what I'm going to be talking to EOU about. I'm going to share some thoughts. Let's let's just start talking about these ideas. So I think that's where we're at with some of this, at least. And so it's not a great answer to like what's next, because I don't have a project or a program or a proposal, but I do think just continuing to be in conversation, and I'll keep thinking about it.
I think we'll keep asking. Okay, time for one more. Trustee Mendoza.
Probably less question, more comments, and I wrote down my thoughts a while ago, but just part of a healthy, productive, and successful life, to me, purpose for education. Education also is about being a lifelong learner. Purpose for education or higher education. Making the region better, making the world better. Purpose. The culture, the economy, the civility. At the end of the day, though, too, if our region's not getting investments, we're dying. So if we're not getting what we need in our section of the state and others are getting more, you're forcing different kinds of disadvantage or different kind of economic barriers that it's creating. So there's a lot of second order, third order consequences. And that to me would be a thing about, you know, in states like, or in Oregon, there is rural school funds. I don't qualify for rural school funds. Other locations that are more rural than LeGrand get those school funds. But at the end of the day, they need them so that they can operate, so that their students can have a good quality educational experience. And for me, I'm pretty sure you just said mission-driven funding, or you said that earlier for Eastern Oregon University. And it sounds like we're getting mission-driven funding for being Oregon's rural university. But just that has to be in play, and I know that you're doing that, so I would keep that up. But to me, the big picture, too, is if we're not getting what we need, it really hurts. It hurts LeGrand, it hurts Boardman, it hurts Morrow County, it hurts all these spots, and it forces kids to go elsewhere, and we just start shriveling and shrinking, which is likely going on. You know, in rural areas, they are shrinking more and more, and urban, suburban are growing, so we got to figure out those types of things.
It's a great point.
Trustee Mendoza, I think we can all see, and I hope you can too, Ben, that having you as part of our board meetings, there's starting to be more of a comfort level about our discussions and communications, and I think that's really important. And we need to continue to grow that in these kind of sessions, in times when you might want a president or a board chair to come and work with HEC on something. You know, we want to be part of that when it's appropriate and when it makes sense. So any closing remarks from you?
Yes, only to say that I'm really going to miss Tom. He has, as you know, he is the longest serving Oregon Public University president. He and I have been going at this about the same amount of time in our respective roles. President Insco has been a really champion of this sort of collaborative, partnered, equity-centered effort to improve Oregon, improve rural Oregon, improve EOU. I think this institution has benefited incredibly from his leadership. I did work with a couple of his predecessors, and I can say that Eastern Oregon University has been really, really impressive in what it's done under the board and particularly President Insco's leadership. So I was not real happy when I got the call, but I know I'm not alone in that, and I'm sure there will be lots of opportunities for that kind of conversations. I don't want to necessarily take us there at this moment, but since it's my stage, I did want to say it in front of all of you. You've got a big challenge to fill his shoes. So
Yeah,
thank you.
We know that.
Sure,
Thank you,
Shasta.
Ben. And thanks for coming today. So that completes our agenda for today. Next up is we're all going to head downstairs. Everyone's invited to a community reception in the Sage Center Gallery. And then at 6:30, there's dinner for trustees and invited guests at the Burnt Field Brewing Pizza. One last thing, tomorrow morning breakfast is from 7 to 8 at the hotel. And then 8 o'clock, we start up here. So we're done for today. Thank you.
And Ben will be here for dinner as well, so take advantage of this opportunity to chat with Ben.